Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Iron Earth, a brand new game for me. I've never played it before, and I'm excited to give it a shot. So let's start a new campaign. Let's have a look at the sigils. Let's go. Skull. Good purple. Which background do we want on our flag? Let's do that. Keep 18 penalties. And really, the copper promise. I have an idea. Mercenary company. Reaving Storm. Okay, let's have a look. Adventurer, Soldier, Emperor, Warlord, or Battle-Hardened, or Custom. How high can we go? 5,000 to start with. XP gains, we can go up to 250. Okay, let's keep the campaign timer on. I know tactical RPGs. I am new to the IMS. So let's start with that. In an era all but forgotten, the gods once lived alongside humanity in the heart of Calum. However, an unknown cataclysmic event plunged the world into a dark age. History was lost to time, and so too were the gods. In their absence, a rebuilding humanity was left to contend with the emergence of a great being of darkness from the void. Every few decades, in an event called the Scourge, the dragon's arrival would bring death and disease to the land. Those afflicted by the dragon's blight would lose their minds and bodies, as they slowly became abominations of flesh, and outcasts to society known as the Blighted. Despite centuries of effort from the Vanguard Order and the realm's greatest heroes, no lasting victory against the dragon could be achieved. Humanity has now come to accept the inevitability of the scourge as part of life, enduring, or in some cases thriving despite it. With whispers of an impending scourge circulating, you and your company find yourselves in a burial crypt not far from the city of Andigon. A simple retrieval of smuggled supplies, or at least, that's what your employer had promised. Loading? Damn grave robbers. Stay sharp. No doubt his companions will have heard that. Everyone stands still, tensions rising as they grip their weapons tight and scan the room for further hostiles. You hear a muffled shout from someone in an adjacent corridor, likely directed toward their now deceased associate. The sound of quickening footsteps soon follows, and 3 figures burst through a doorway at the far side of the room. Shit, should I go and alert the others? Yurik shakes his head, eyes fixed on the enemy. No time for that. We have no choice but to fight. Okay, survey the battlefield by using WASD. You can also pan by holding the mouse 3 and moving this. On each turn, each character can move as many hexes as their movement sped allows. By moving onto a green hex, they can forward form an action afterward. To cover more ground, they can sprint onto dashed grey hexes, but doing so will end their turn. You can swap places with an ally by moving into their location. Swapping is useful for setting up attacks or for getting an ally out of harm's way. By holding shift, you can draw a custom movement command. To undo a movement, click the undo button on the hotbar or press the hotkey assigned to it. If you take damage or trigger a stage hazard, you will be unable to undo your movement. Let's move the Stormcaller into cover by clicking the left mouse button on the indicated hex. If you don't have a desirable action to perform, you can delay a character's turn until the end of the round by hitting the wait button. Alternatively, you can end a character's turn by using the guard action, which provides a temporary bonus to defense and evasion. Click the wait button to deliver the Stormcaller's turn. Okay, so that's... The character's unique abilities have a limited number of charges available during the course of the dungeon. Charges can be restored by camping or by using certain provisions. If an ability runs out of charges, it can still be used, but at a large cost to the character's health. With the enemy advancing on us, we can set a trap by using the Pyrolancer's Return to Cinder ability on the indicated hex. As you can see, it's important to pay attention to any potential hazards when positioning your units. Some abilities are able to push or pull targets. By forcing targets into obstacles and terrain, you can inflict bonus damage or other harmful effects. Move the Pugilist into position and use his Crescent Wave ability to push the enemy into the pit. Every melee unit on the battlefield exerts a zone of control on hexes adjacent to their position. Another unit cannot leave this zone without suffering an attack of opportunity from their foe. This mechanic helps to lock down enemies and prevent them from reaching your more vulnerable characters. Each character has a basic attack available to them. Unlike abilities, basic attacks have unlimited uses, but are subject to an accuracy and evasion check. Perform a basic attack by clicking on the enemy on the indicated hex. You have a clear view on that archer. Take him down. Most attacks and abilities are subject to line of sight. When targeting, a red eye indicates that there is no line of sight, while a yellow eye indicates a partial line of sight. Large obstacles such as pillars can block line of sight entirely. When a character has no vision of an enemy, they are unable to directly target them. Small obstacles such as a barrel, crate, or character will partially obscure line of sight under the right circumstances. A target who is partially visible will receive 50% less damage from attacks. By taking cover directly behind the small obstacle, you can look over the obstacle and gain full vision of an enemy, while remaining only partially visible in return. The Stormcaller's Conduit ability can devastate a single enemy from range, but takes a few turns to channel. You can see where a channel will finish by looking at the blue indicator arrow on the turn order. Ooh, up there. Select the Conduit ability and target the enemy archer. With the nearest enemy stunned, the Pyrolancer can safely move past the zone of control without incurring an attack of opportunity. Attacks of opportunity can also be avoided by using abilities that incorporate movement or by utilizing the swap action. Let's aid the Guardian and sprint to engage her target. Your Pugilist has killed an enemy and gained morale, which is represented by the white bar under each character's portrait. Morale is a state of character's mind for the current mission. Morale is gained and lost through various combat tricks. Landing a killing blow will increase morale, while suffering a critical strike from an enemy will lower it. When morale is under 25, there is a chance for that character to delay or pass their turn. Additionally, a character with low morale will accrue more fatigue from missions and will also lose loyalty towards the company. When morale is over 75, all negative conditions applied to that character will have their duration reduced by 1 to a minimum duration of 1 round. Targets are considered flanked whenever you occupy 2 opposing hexes around their location. All attacks against flanked targets deal 15% extra damage and cannot miss. If your chance to hit with a basic attack is low, it's best to try and flank the enemy first in order to guarantee a hit, or use an ability instead. Let's move the Guardian into a flanking position and attack the enemy. Oh, we got a human head. Your party swivels around as a familiar voice rings out distantly behind you, though the words are unclear. Is that you, Van? Van rushes into the room and stops, bending over to catch his breath. He looks up with a relieved smile. We heard the fight. I wanted to make sure you had it covered. And the others? Torin and the rest are still searching. Not the most convenient place to stash supplies, is it? At least we're getting paid well to retrieve them. We've been in worse situations. Aye, that we have, boss. I was just hoping my last job would be free of surprises. I can't fault you for wanting out, but I'd wish you'd reconsider. Van smiles faintly. This life takes a toll, my friend. I've seen more death than any man should. Your trusted advisor, Alaric, steps out from beside you with hands raised. There's plenty of time for talk later. It's going to take a while to scour this place, even with the others' help. Great, I'd better get back to Torin and the rest before they find themselves lost. Watch your backs. There may be more of those thieves in here, or worse yet. Van looks back over his shoulder, nodding in acknowledgement. Let's get moving. Most actions you take while exploring a dungeon will cost time. The passage of time can have harsh consequences and is represented by the time meter in the bottom right. So that would be that down there. We should begin exploring. Use left mouse button to move our party onto an adjacent tile. Okay, so each square takes 2 movement. Scouting can be used to reveal the identity of a nearby event, and can help avoid traps and other surprises that may await you. By scouting an enemy location, you prevent them from being able to ambush you. It does have limited uses, so should be used sparingly. Okay, unable to flee from combat, and threshold for time modifiers is increased. Objective, boss, circles or events. Okay. When interacting with an exploration event, you'll often have multiple choices available to you, sometimes costing various amounts of time. Your characters will have their own opinion on the choices you make, which can affect their overall loyalty to the company. You spot a discarded pack up ahead, likely dropped in haste by the grave robbers. Don't expect to find much of value, but there's no sense in leaving it behind. I'll take whatever looks useful. We received a bandage and some tools. Provisions can be used both in and out of combat. While exploring, you can access your provision inventory in the bottom left menu, or by pressing I. Like other actions, provisions used during exploration have their own associated time cost. A faint and distant rumbling becomes audible, steadily growing louder and closer with each passing moment. You look up, noticing cracks forming in the ceiling as small rocks break off and fall to the floor around you. It's a cave-in. We need to move. Breaking into stride behind the rest of your party, you glance back to see the corridor collapsing in a cascade of falling stones. You cross the threshold into another chamber, diving to the ground as the rumbling and crashing halts, leaving your vision obscured by a cloud of dust and dirt. Everyone okay? You look around as the dust settles, relieved to find your party unscathed. Ahead of you, Yurik lightly kicks at some rubble on the ground as he inspects the caved-in passage. We'll still need to search for another way out. We'll need to search for another way out. Let's hope that cache we're after can still be salvaged. We should find the others. With any luck, they'll have already located both things. Your path is blocked by a pile of rubble from the recent cave-in. Yurik climbs atop to gauge the severity of the blockage. I can see a clear path ahead. Just need to move enough of this rubble so we can squeeze through. He turns down and looks at you. Any ideas? Anyone feel like shoveling? With an affirming nod, Yurik grasps the shovel and begins to dig, soon clearing a path just wide enough for everyone to fit through. And that's combat. During the deployment phase, you can reposition your party ahead of combat. Deployment zones vary from fight to fight, and you'll have to make do with what's available. Click on the left mouse button on any character to move them, and click again on any valid hex to confirm their new position. Knowing where enemies can move and attack will help you position your party optimally.
To view an enemy's movement and attack range, you can press tab over the character's sprite. Once you're satisfied with your formation, you can click the start combat button to proceed. Ranged enemies can pack a punch, but they can be countered with line of sight or by engaging them in melee. When their line of sight is obscured, ranged units will only deal 50% damage. This can be achieved by taking cover directly behind smaller obstacles such as a crate, rock, or any unit. Large obstacles can block line of sight completely, preventing ranged units from targeting those behind them. If cover is not an option, you can jump on top of a ranged enemy and engage them in melee. By doing this, the ranged unit can only attack adjacent enemies and their damage is reduced 50% when doing so. These mechanics also apply to your characters, so it's important to keep your ranged units at a safe distance. You can remove negative conditions from your characters with cleansing abilities or by using an antidote on them. Doing this will also provide temporary immunity to all conditions for a few rounds. Not all harmful effects can be cleansed, such as injuries or the flanked status. Yay. And then we loot it all. Codex entries unlocked. No more scouting. Eric runs their hand along the wall of interred dead, reading each nameplate before moving on to the next. He suddenly stops and turns with relief in his voice.
This is it. Let's hope the contents are still intact.
Reaching into the dark recess, Eric pushes aside the creaking lid of a coffin and pulls out the hidden contents with him. After a quick peek inside the pack, he walks over to you and places it in your hands.
It's all there. No damage to the vials from what I can tell. What does our employer want with them anyway?
Alaric interjects, eager to share his knowledge on the matter.
This here is a cure for the blight, or at least it slows the process. The Vanguard keeps it tightly controlled, though only treating those who pledge themselves to their order. As you can imagine, it's highly sought after on the black market.
At least our efforts haven't been wasted. Let's hope the others have secured an exit for us. All dungeons have a main path, which leads to your objective, and various side paths that branch off from it, denoted by the fog-covered tiles. Side paths carry more dangers to your party, but they also provide more opportunities for reward. It's important to consider the state of your party and the task at hand before venturing down a side path, as things could turn sideways very quickly. So that's a boss. That's the objective. That's an unknown event. Combat. A lone satchel catches your eye on the ground ahead. Though small, it may contain something of worth. We received an antidote. That may come in handy. You hear a sudden movement in the darkness ahead. The sounds of bones rattling and steel scraping across the stone floor. Bright green eyes turn towards you, and the figure lets out a bone-chilling screech as it shuffles forward into the light of your torches, moving faster than its size and awkward gait would suggest was possible.
That cave-in must have woken the dead.
Prepare yourselves. Bosses and elite enemies will spawn with unique combat traits. They are an important thing to consider when facing these foes. You can view these traits and their effects by hovering on the enemy's portrait on the right side of the screen, then mousing over the trait's name in the tooltip. They're vulnerable to crushing, immunity to bleed, do more damage when the target is flanked, and immune to freeze. Some enemies have passive abilities. These undead skeletons are able to reanimate after being defeated. To prevent them from reanimating, you need to target and destroy the pile of bones. You want to see more details on a specific enemy and right-click on their portrait to bring up the codes. Yay! Killed it. When a character gains enough experience points, they will level up and receive attribute points and ability points to spend. There are 7 attributes for you to put points in and rank up: health, power, mending, evasion, accuracy, crit chance, and speed. Characters specialize in a few randomly chosen attributes represented by stars. These attributes require fewer points to rank up. By leveling up, you will be able to unlock new abilities for each character. Each class has 6 abilities to unlock, though they can only equip 4 at a time, and abilities cannot be changed during dungeons. Ability points can be spent to upgrade or alter the effects of characters' unique abilities. All of this can be managed in the Manage Roster screen, or by clicking on the character's portrait in a dungeon. Alright, let's level people up. Lifer. And abilities. Let's upgrade this. Increase the range. Let's see. Reckless. Okay, now we can make it to the exit. Your party comes to a standstill as muffled shouts and ringing steel reverberates down the corridor toward you. Yurik unsheathes his lance as he breaks into stride, barreling toward the sound of battle. That must be the others. Hurry. Your party comes to a standstill as muffled shouts and ringing steel reverberates down the corridor toward you. Yurik unsheathes his lance as he breaks into a stride, barreling toward the scene of battle, blah blah blah. With the last of the undead dealt with, Ivan hails you across the chamber with a flick of his hand. A relieved smile formed upon his face. Found it then. The exit's just beyond here. Been trying to keep it clear of the dead, but they just keep coming. The pile of bones under the ground suddenly begins to rattle. Torrent steps toward it with an amused grunt, crushing a skull beneath his foot and grinding into a fine dust. Took you all long enough. Then he was getting all worked up and thinking the worst. Crypt Torrent once more, the ground beneath his shaking ever so slightly. I don't expect this structure will hold out much longer, sir. We best not linger. Eric raises his torch high, inspecting the ceiling above as the small pebbles break away from it. Good advice, I reckon. We got what we came for. Let's not interfere. After a mission, you'll want to seek treatment for any injuries your party has incurred. While an injured character can still fight, injury penalties make them less effective. In order to heal an injury, you must pay for their treatment at a city's infirmary. Some injuries require prompt treatment, otherwise they risk permanent damage or death. Right. Number of killing blows, total damage down, total damage taken, and increased loyalty. At last, the light of day begins to. As the last light of day begins to fade, you spot your company's camp not far ahead. The flickering flames of bonfires dancing against the darkening sky above the horizon. You stroll into camp, the celebrations of Van's retirement already well underway. After many hours of swapping stories and sharing drinks, all eyes fall on Van as he steps atop a nearby crate with a drink in hand, raising his voice to pierce through the ruckus. Now, you all know I'm not one for lengthy speeches, but I'd just like to say that it's been an honor to fight alongside each of you over the years. I dare say that I even consider some of you among my friends. He grins, met by a chorus of laughs and cheers. It hasn't been an easy ride, but I've been a fortunate man. Not everyone gets out of the mercenary life on their own terms. I hope you all one day get the same chance. He raises a cup in toast. To you, my friends, there has never been a finer company. Hear, hear. The crowd responds with a burst of applause and cheers, enthusiastically raising their drinks and sending a shower of ale through the air. Your gaze is met by Van as he points his cup toward you, and you nod your head in a friendly acknowledgement before striding off to find your tent. With the celebration continuing in your absence, you brush aside the flap to your tent and settle inside, discarding your weaponry and tossing it near your bedroll. You turn your attention to your desk, its surface covered with disorganized papers, illuminated by the faint glow of a candle. Pulling up a stool, you sit down and begin to pore over one of the maps, charting out tomorrow's course. From outside, the sounds of laughter and poorly played music drifts into your tent. After some time, with the celebrations audibly winding down, you step outside your tent and into the cool evening air. Van approaches your side, mounted atop a horse. Despite the smile on his face, there is a trace of sadness in his eyes. It's time then. Aye. He leans down and pats the side of his horse. Got my saddle loaded up. Figured I'd sneak out without making a big fuss. He rises from his seat and dismounts, turning to face you with one hand extended. Just wanted to say thanks, boss, for everything. You return his gesture with a smile, gripping his hand and giving it a firm shake. Any chance I can convince you to stay? He steps back and chuckles. If you'd have asked last week, maybe. But this last job cleared any doubts I had. I've survived this long. Reckon I'd be a fool to press my luck any further. Fair enough, friend. We'll always have a place for you if you change your mind. You hear a shout, turn to see Yurik stepping toward you, his young nephew in tow. Sorry to interrupt, he tilts his head, gesturing behind him, but Gedrick here wanted to see you off. Is that so? Van smiles, stepping toward the boy. I know we haven't completed your training, but your uncle's more than capable of finishing the job. I know that. He looks up with admiration. I'm going to miss you, though. Aye, Van grins, reaching out to tussle the boy's hair. And I hear. I've half a mind to send him with you. Less danger on a farm. Gods know your old birds could use the help. There's a few good years left in me yet, but you're both welcome to come visit anytime. He exhales deeply, stealing a glance toward the road. I'd best get going then. Take care of yourselves, would you? He nods farewell, turning toward his horse and hoisting himself into the saddle. Clicking his heels, the horse trots off, and you watch him disappear into the dark of night, illuminated only by the moonlight above. You and Yurik glance back at the sound of approaching footsteps to find Torin wedging himself between the two of you, his breath reeking of ale. Company won't be the same without him, I'm afraid. Indeed it won't. As Yurik and Torin take their leave, you look around the camp, surveying the aftermath of the festivities. Aside from a few inebriated men and women who remain slumped by the fires, it seems that most have turned in for the night. With several days of travel yet ahead, you think it wise to follow suit. You bolt upright from your sleep, awakened by the blaze of a horn from somewhere in your camp. The sounds of a frenzied battle are all around you, and you scramble out of your bedroll, taking up a nearby sword. Alaric bursts into your tent, an orange glow briefly visible behind him as the flap is flung aside. Sir, we're under attack. Winded, he takes in a few deep breaths. There was no warning. The horses, the carriages. He raises his hands, trembling with frustration. Everything's being taken. You need to regroup with the others. Have you seen Yurik? Alaric wipes the sweat from his brow, shaking his head. Couldn't find him. It's Gedrick, I hope. You meet Alaric's eyes and nod in agreement. With a firm grip on your sword, you step past him and reach for the Tempest's flag. Let's move. Stay close. You emerge from your tent, head on a swivel as you survey the situation. The camp is almost entirely ablaze, the heat and smoke stinging your eyes and obscuring your vision. You make your way ahead, your feet suddenly catching on something. As you fall forward and scramble to stay upright. Recovering, you steal a glance backward at the obstruction, one of your companions dead. An arrow flies by you, narrowly missing, but finding a target nonetheless. Alaric screams out in pain behind you, legs collapsing under him as he falls hard to the ground. You turn back, reaching out a hand to pull him up, but he waves you off. Leave me, I'll be of no use in a fight. You follow his gaze down to his leg, a blood-covered arrow stuck through it. Go! You turn and continue onward, staying low to the ground as you move, eyes scanning for any friendly faces through the smoke. Not 50 yards ahead, you spot four of your companions through the haze, huddled together with weapons drawn against an overwhelming number of assailants. Sucking air into your burning lungs, you urge your legs forward in a desperate attempt to reach them. figure suddenly appears from the corner of your eye, and with a flash of pain, the world goes dark. Surrounded, Tom's head rips around, searching frantically for any possible escape as the raiders edge closer. Beyond the ring of enemies, Torrin and a few other familiar faces emerge from the darkness with bloodied weapons drawn. Though they don't seem inclined to make any urgent use of them.
What are you waiting for, Torrin? Help us!
The raiders eye Torrin as he confidently steps among them, each seemingly unconcerned by his presence, perhaps even emboldened by it.
Sorry, friends.
A twisted smirk forms at the corner of his mouth as he slides an arrow from his quiver.
We'll make this quick.
Eri! Tom's glares at Torrin with a wild fury in their eyes. Arms trembling as they level their weapon toward him.
You damn traitors! Have you no honor?
Torrin scoffs. Honor achieves little in this world. Glancing sideways at his accomplices, he raises a hand, signaling to them to attack.
I trust you lot can handle the rest. Spare no one.
When the odds are against you, sometimes all you can do is minimize your losses. Use everything at your disposal and don't hold back. Run over there. Get up there. Dang it. Screwed up. Your attack missed. Without proper setup, basic attacks have a risk of missing. In order to guarantee a hit, make sure to flank, stun, or stagger your target first, especially if their evasion is high. Targets are considered flanked whenever you occupy two opposing hexes, so know that. If you're unable to flank your target, you can stun or stagger them instead. Stagger can be inflicted by using any ability that pushes or pulls, and basic attacks against staggered or stunned targets cannot miss. Without proper setup, basic attacks can be risky. If you need to guarantee a killing blow, it's often best to spend an ability charge. character's health drops to 0 in combat, they will enter a bleed out state and their health value will be replaced by a bleed out pool. This pool is persistent throughout the course of the dungeon. The bleed out pool will drop by 1 on their turn from attacks suffered. Permanent death will occur if the pool is depleted. To recover a character from a bleed out state, you can heal them with provisions such as bandage or a health potion, use a healing ability, or have an ally pick them up by moving onto their location. Injuries have a 50% chance to occur when the character is under 50% health, and will always occur when their health reaches 0. If a character sustains an injury, you can use a bandage to stabilize them and prevent their injuries from lessening. If they continue fighting with an unstabilized injury, the severity of it can increase. And he's dead. Get over there. And lost one of my people. Some of your equipment has broken. All gear has a durability rating and will eventually break with enough use. If an item loses all durability while on a mission, it will not break until the mission is complete. In the overworld, you can use various resources to repair gear by highlighting the item and pressing R. Gear can also be repaired in a town's marketplace for a cost, but doing so is usually less cost effective than using resources. We lost Lothar. This is taking a while. Opening your eyes, you find yourself sprawled on the ground with a mouthful of dirt and a throbbing ache in your head. Despite the ringing in your ears, you can hear a muffled voice calling out. A hand grips your shoulder, and you jerk at the touch, clawing at the ground and scrambling onto your back. Easy now. You exhale with relief at the sight of Yurik leaning over you, the early morning light shining upon his blood-spattered face and garments. He straightens up and you grab hold of his extended arm, gripping tight as he pulls you upright. Regaining your senses, you look out at the smoking remains of your camp. Anything not taken by the raiders has been taken by the fires.
Not much left, is there? The bastards took everything.
He closes his eyes, lowering his head and sighing deeply.
It was Torrent, sir. He betrayed us.
Torrent, are you sure?
Yurik nods. Wasn't alone either. Damon, Enos, Naira.
His fingers clench into trembling fists.
All fucking traitors.
And through the anger, you notice a sadness in his eyes, and realize suddenly that his nephew isn't present. Where is Gedrick? Yurik glances down, slowly shaking his head.
Stretch. I don't know for certain, but I fear he's dead. He sighs. I was with him when the attack started, but we ran into trouble. Told the boy to run, but
he pauses, staring blankly into the distance.
Don't remember much else. I'm afraid. I don't remember much else, I'm afraid. Woke up to Alaric dragging me out from under a pile of bodies.
Alaric's alive? Are there any others?
Aye, he's alive. Managed to find a place to hide and patch himself up. I told him to stay off his feet.
He snorts, waving a hand over the general area behind him.
But he's out there limping around, trying to salvage what he can. Thankfully, there's a few others too. Seems they managed to kill a whole group of the bastards.
His brief smirk fades into a grim expression.
I'm afraid that's all though.
You turn to see Alaric emerging from a half-burnt tent, limping your way and being helped along by the other survivors of your company. A relieved smile forms on all their faces at the sight of you.
Gods, we're glad to see you, sir. He glances at Yurik. Have you shared the news? I did.
Alaric fumbles inside his coat, pulling out a few slightly scorched papers.
I found some correspondence in one of their tents. They had been planning this for months, it seems.
Yurik mutters under their breath.
Traitorous bastards. Any idea who they were working with?
I'm afraid not. Certainly more than just a ragtag group of thieves. They were too well armed and too well organized. Yurik scoffs with disgust, leaning over to spit on the ground.
A group of cowards, I say. Easy to achieve victory when half our troops passed out drunk. No doubt Torrent and them were counting on that fact, the spineless pricks. Never did like Torrent none. Always felt uneasy around him.
Alaric falls into a brow, a thought creeping into his mind.
I can hardly stomach the notion, but could Van have been involved?
Yurik waves a dismissive hand.
Not a chance. I know he and Torrent got on well enough, but the man's as loyal as they come. I'm just glad he wasn't here for this. We've lost too much already.
Regardless of who's involved, there's little we can do about it, at least for now.
So what's your plan, boss? You know I'll follow you anyway, but I promised my sister I'd look after Gedrick. If he's somehow alive, I need to find him. And if he's not, well...
He pounds a fist into his other hand.
Us putting those traitors into the ground will have to suffice.
Alaric places a calming hand on Yurik.
The boss is right. We've little choice in the matter. I understand you want vengeance. So do I. But we haven't the manpower or the means to seek it right now. And doing so would only get us killed. If we're going to do this, we'll first need to restore our numbers. Then, I promise, we'll hunt those traitors down.
You look around at your companions, renewed purpose in each of their eyes as they all nod in agreement.
Right then, let's salvage what we can here. We'd best travel light. It's a long walk to Andalon.
If you're finding combat to be too hard or too easy, you can adjust the difficulty setting in the menu by pressing escape. This option is disabled during combat and when playing on Iron Man mode. As our caravan travels through the world, time will progress. Supplies and general upkeep can be expensive, and every day that passes will cost us coin. In the Iron Earth, 1 year consists of 120 days. In the top right corner are the navigation controls, allowing you to advance time, stop traveling, and adjust the speed of your caravan. Given the situation, we can't afford a long journey. We should make our way to the city of Andalon to rest and regroup. Okay, so that's a region. Okay, so blue is one kingdom, yellow is another, pink is another. That's foggy, and that's another kingdom. 4 kingdoms. Huh. Alright, let's go to Andalon. We'll enter the city. After many long days on the road, you and your companions breathe a collective sigh of relief upon entering the city limits of Andalon. The streets are bustling with traffic, and though it does seem to be business as usual, you can't help but sense an uneasiness among the people. Yurik seems to pick up on it as well, and with narrowed eyes he looks up to the sky.
The days are growing darker, that's for sure.
He gestures to the crowds.
No doubt they are all concerned about the Scourge. Can't say I blame them.
On the bright side, there will be no shortage of work available to us. But for now, he winks, glimpsing down at his injured leg.
We could all do with a few days of rest.
Lark begins to shuffle forward, gesturing ahead with a nod.
I believe the inn's this way.
With the morning sun shining into your room at the inn, you rise from your bed, pleased to find your body finally free of its many aches. Gathering your belongings, you walk down the creaking stairs to the ground floor, spotting your companions already seated at a table and breaking their fast.
Morning, sir. You're looking sight better, huh? Come.
He gestures to the seat beside him with one hand.
Taking up a spoonful of porridge with the other.
Sit. Eat. Across the table, Alaric tears off a piece of bread and hands it to you.
We were just discussing our next.
Alaric trails off as the man approaches the table. Your previous employer, Calduin, sporting a puzzled look upon his face. I must say, I'm surprised to see you here. I heard about the battle. Heard you were dead, in fact. He slides into an open seat, spreading his arms wide. Yet, here you are. Heard it from who? Your associate. He looks up, trying to recall the name. Taran, that it was it. Tall bastard he was. Said your entire company was killed in an ambush. And that he was lucky to be alive. Anyway, he brought me the vials. So we concluded our business, and he went on his way.
And you just believed his story?
Truth be told, no. I could tell he was hiding something. But I wasn't about to refuse the man. I suspect he could rip me apart with his bare hands were he so inclined.
Was there anyone else with it? A boy of 15 years?
The man scratches at his chin. He had a few companions from what I saw. None that young, however. Any idea where they were headed? I don't know that either, I'm afraid, but it seemed they were each going their separate ways. Alaric raises an eye at that piece of information. Retiring, perhaps. They certainly can afford it with everything they stole. So they betrayed you and stole your fortune, did they? I am sorry for that, but perhaps we can help each other out. You have a job for us? More of an arrangement. Galdwin leans in closer, placing an elbow on the table. I've been looking to expand my business across Caelum. But the roads are a dangerous place, as you well know, and I'm in need of a permanent guard. In return, I would offer you a discount on all my wares. Potions, elixirs, and the like. I am sure they would be of great use in your line of work. I care not where we travel, just so long as there are buyers for me to sell to. He leans back, spreading his hands across the table. So, what do you think? Sounds like a fair proposal? We accept your offer. Galdwin smacks a hand down on the table. Excellent! Then consider me at your service, my friends. And as I said, where we go is entirely up to you. Alaric lifts his hand, a single finger raised. There is one problem, however. We simply cannot afford to travel anywhere at the moment. Not to mention we are without carriages and horses. You've certainly had a rough go of it, huh? He waves a hand. No matter, I can supply both horses and carriages. As for funds, I hear the local vanguard have their hands full at the moment. I suspect you might find some work with them. He leans close, lowering his voice. Just don't mention my other activities. They would be none too pleased to learn of the vials in my possession. Thanks for the tip. We'll go and see them. Galdwin rises from his seat, straightening out his tunic. I have preparations to make then. He looks at each of you, nodding farewell. I will await you at the gates. Taking a bite from your bread, look on as Galdwin strides out of the inn. Alaric turns back toward you, fingers rubbing at his chin.
No, sir. I was thinking it might be wise to retire the company name. It will be easier if those traders continue to think us dead. Yurik grunts in approval as he swallows the last of his drink. He's right, I reckon. Best not to draw any extra attention to it on ourselves, if we can help it. Any ideas, boss?
The Raving Storm has always had a nice ring to it, I thought.
The Raving Storm, eh?
He pauses, flashing a toothy grin.
I believe that will suit us well.
When visiting a city, you can view available contracts by clicking on one of the contract banners at the top of the screen. The icon on the banner tells you which faction is offering the contract, and completing it will increase your reputation with them. We are hardly in a position to be picky right now. I say we take whatever job the Vanguard have to offer us. Every city has an inn which allows you to rest, buy drinks, or recruit new members. Resting will reduce your entire roster's fatigue by 3 for each night purchased. Buying around for your company will increase their loyalty for a time, though drinking too frequently can result in adverse effects. If you are in need of new members for your roster, you can scour the local talent and recruit them to your company. This is a list of all available recruits in the city. As time passes, new recruits will appear. You can view information on each recruit by clicking on the icon to the left of their portrait. You are Guardian. You're also a Guardian. You're a pugilist. You're a Stormcaller, I need one of you.
You're looking for new recruits. I'm looking for some work. What do you think about these terms?
55 per year for 4 years with a 30 gold signing bonus.
That is extremely cost effective. That's great to hear. I'm looking forward to working with you.
initially high upfront cost, but cheaper in the long term. If you have an injured character, you must admit them to the city's infirmary in order for them to recover. Once they are fully healed, they will automatically rejoin your company. Severe injuries require immediate care in order to avoid permanent injury or death. Okay, it'll take 15 days. And even from a distance, you can tell that there is a sense of urgency brewing within the Vanguard garrison. As you near, a pair of hard-eyed guards order you to halt, the weapons held up to impede you. Behind them, a man in a decorative suit of armor, no doubt an officer, takes note of your arrival and with a wave of his hand, orders the two guards to stand down.
At ease, soldiers. Let them through.
He bids you to approach, his eyes fixed on yours.
My apologies. Things are rather tense around here, as you can tell.
He regards the rest of your companions, looking them up and down.
I am Captain Hewford. Is there something you need?
We heard you could use a hand.
An understatement, but you've heard correctly. I'm sure you've noticed the days growing darker of late. They say the scourge is coming, but in truth, it has already begun. We've been receiving increased reports of void spawn in the area, and we're scrambling to respond to each. Any help you can provide is most welcome, and will be rewarded, of course.
What do you need us to do?
A group of refugees are fleeing from a small village just south of us. We had dispatched a unit to aid them, but with the number of void spawn that was reported, I fear their presence won't be enough. I would ask that you travel south, link up with them, and ensure the refugees arrive here safely.
He turns to an aide, snapping his fingers and holding out his hand. The aide rummages through their satchel, producing a few papers which they promptly hand over. The captain briefly glances down at the documents before offering them to you.
These will put you in the right direction. Good luck.
He extends a friendly hand.
I have no doubt that you are suited to the task.
You can count on us. Captain Hereford nods and turns away, striding off to deal with another matter. Alaric steps toward you, peering over your shoulder at the report held in your hands.
Looks like we've got our work cut out for us, sir. Before we depart,
might I suggest hiring some fresh recruits at the inn? I'm sure there are more than a few capable mercenaries available. Let's grab another pugilist. $90, 62, that's 92, 154. Company upgrades. So we've got horse training, bay training, expeditions, alchemy stuff, training. Company history. Lothar Darkfist. And our codex. Company reputation. Everybody likes us. And travel south. After days spent on the road with no sign of the refugees, you begin to lose hope of ever finding them. Glancing sideways at you, Gertrude observes the look of concern on your face. So long as they've stuck to the road, we should be finding them soon. They frown into the distance, one way or another. Up ahead, a figure suddenly emerges through a patch of trees just off the beaten path. They barrel towards you, frantically waving their arms to gain your attention as more begin to appear behind them. You urge your horse forward, riding out to meet them. Please, help us. Their hand points beyond the patch of trees from which they came. Our caravan's under attack. You glance in the direction, faint sounds of combat barely audible over the panicked screams of the refugees. Are the Vanguard with you? They are, but they're outnumbered. Yaoyin rides up to your side, narrowed eyes looking toward the sounds of battle. We should hurry. You twist in your seat, signaling the rest of your companions to follow as you charge ahead, past the crowd of refugees and into the fray. Locate and assist the Vanguard. You arrive just in time to render aid. Gertrude and Yaoyin grapple a demon away from one of the soldiers, cutting it down in the process. The remaining demons are felled in short order. As one of the Vanguard soldiers tries to wrench their spear free of a demon's skull, another acknowledges your arrival. Removing his helmet and tucking it at his side, he marches across the bloody grass toward you, a weary grimace on his face. I take it you've been sent to help. He glances down at the demonic abominations, dark blood oozing from their hacked-up bodies. There will be more of them, of that I'm sure. Captain Huford sent us to assist you. That is a relief. He exhales slowly, shaking his head. We were too few to begin with, truth be told. It's a miracle we haven't lost anyone yet. Still, with your help, all these folk might just make it. The man turns to a muffled shout in the distance, and floating across the field towards you. Muffled shout in the distance, floating across the field towards you. Across from you, another Vanguard soldier crests a hill, weapon raised in a frantic sprint as he draws near. He comes to an abrupt halt just shy of your position, addressing the man in charge and pointing back with the tip of his spear. Sir, more demons, fast approaching. Shit. He turns to you as he refits his helmet. You there, go with the refugees. We'll hold off these bastards as long as we can. We'll protect them. Good luck. The soldier nods and slams his visor down. He whips around, drawing his spear and barking orders at his unit, preparing to face the enemy, and likely their own deaths. Protect the refugees and flee. Lowering his spyglass, Alaric mumbles something under his breath as he frowns at the distant horizon. He turns to you with a slight shake of his head and a troubled look on his face. They're still following, sir. More of them, in fact. At the rate they're gaining, I suspect they'll be all over us by nightfall. He digs around in his satchel and produces a map, unfurling it and carefully tracing a finger along the canvas. There is a cave system not far from here that'll take us closer to Andalon and hopefully provide shelter from those demons. A cave? I'd rather stay above ground than get trapped underneath it. We've no guarantee of safety down there. It's not ideal, but it's a risk we'll have to take. Galen turns away, grumbling inaudibly as they stomp off. Appearing beside you, Gertrude shrugs, a faint smirk on her face. Can't please everyone, sir, but I reckon it's the right choice. We've no idea what awaits us down in those caves. It's true, but we know damn well the danger we face up here. You can select up to 5 characters when forming a party. It's important to consider the status of each. More rested, then get more XP, available, blah blah blah, fatigue, get less XP, and stuff. Okay, Burek and Gillian. You're able to purchase provisions to bring with you. By default, unused provisions at the end of the dungeon are refunded for 50%. Take 2 of those. 2 of those. One of those. Undead will rise from coffin obstacles after 5 rounds of combat. Okay, there are bright mains, null beasts, demons, and 2 other enemy types. Standing alongside the cave's entrance, you motion to the weary refugees as they file past you, encouraging them to quicken their pace. With everyone inside, you look back to the plains one last time, frowning at the approaching void spawn. Now clearly visible to the naked eye. As you enter the depths, a shriek at the front of the column causes a commotion. You push your way through the crowd to see a mutilated corpse slumped on the ground. Gertrude already down on their knees examining the wounds. They look up and turn to you, scratching their brow with a puzzled expression. He hasn't been dead for long. Could have been demons, but I can't say for certain. They point to a series of deep lacerations on the dead man's body. Not the work of any human, anyway. Regardless, we're obviously not alone down here. We should tread carefully then. Gertrude nods as they stand upright and turn toward you, placing a small statue in your hand. He had this on him. I figured we could make use of it. Good eye, Gertrude. Enchantments are magical scrolls that can be applied to your gear to grant various stats and unique effects. Scrolls are consumed on use and the effects are permanent, unless overwritten by another enchantment. Okay, to use an enchantment, open the Manage Roster screen, left click on the enchantment you wish to apply, and then right click on the suitable piece of gear to apply it. And we'll enchant that. Okay, let's have a look. Got 3. Got a lot of pathways we can take. The lone satchel catches your eye on the ground ahead. Though small, it may contain something of worth. Yay, got some tools. Nice. We'll go through this pathway first. As you move along, a man up ahead waves you down, his garments covered with sweat and dirt. Strapped around his shoulder is a small pack with a few scrolls of parchment sticking out of it. Greetings, friends. First time here, I take it? He points to the bag at his side. I've just finished exploring this place. If you're interested in purchasing a map from me, there's many dangers in here, though I'm sure you can handle yourselves. It never hurts to be prepared. How does 150 gold sound? May we see this map? The man pulls out one of the scrolls from his bag and briefly flashes the detailed canvas to you. Satisfied? I don't have enough money. Yeah, we'll manage on our own. A set of tracks lie before you on the ground. It's possible something came through here. It might take some time, but shall I see where these lead? Yes, take your time. You scan the area, your eyes catching a glint of metal. A key. Perhaps you'll find some use for it. Willem holds up a hand and freezes. Eyes raised to the crumbling ceiling, which looks ready to give way at any moment. They glance back at you full of direction. I'm not sure any of us have the skill to navigate this. Up to you, though. We'll rush past it. Everyone move quickly. Companions fan out and rush past the hazard, somehow managing to regroup on the other side unscathed and breathing sighs of relief. Lucky. Let's not try that again, eh? Indeed. Every dungeon begins with one positive and one negative modifier which can affect various aspects of exploration and combat. With the passage of time, up to 2 additional modifiers will be applied, presenting new challenges for you to overcome. Due to this, it's important to be efficient and spend your time wisely. You can see which modifiers are currently active next to the time meter in the bottom right. The path ahead is blocked by dirt and debris. Clearing the way won't be easy, and we will clear the way with tools. The party sets to digging, heaving the debris well clear of the path and enabling you to continue ahead. You came across a locked wooden chest. Its metal hinges slightly rusted with age. You'll need a key to open it safely. Alaric steps up and inspects the lock. Must be something worth protecting in here. Might take some time to get it open though. We'll use a key. Slide the key into the lock and twist it open. Good haul. Combat. You've ambushed the enemy, putting them on the back foot and giving you an advantage in the opening round of combat. By scouting and revealing the location of the enemy, you have a chance to ambush them when combat begins. Really? That's so stupid. Okay. Gotcha. There is that. Beautiful. A good spot for a campfire, if you ask me. I don't think our enemies will spot us. Yes, let's rest here for a bit. During longer missions, you can make camp in order to rest your party and apply various bonuses. Some locations are safer than others. You should pick a spot that has fewer points of entry to lessen the chances of being set upon by enemies. Once you've established your campsite, you can select various incenses that provide healing and other unique benefits. You only have a limited number of incense points available, so choose carefully. More incense can be unlocked in the company upgrade screen in the overworld. To decrease your chance of camp being interrupted, you can place up to 2 party members on lookout. Each lookout will decrease the interrupt chance by half. Keep in mind that characters who are on lookout will not benefit from the secondary effect of incenses. Once you're satisfied with your choices, select Begin Camping to proceed. Let's do that. Let's do And we'll go down that path. As you continue through the dark passages, Alaric strolls alongside you, taking a glance back at the rest of the column before leaning in close. There's no telling how long this cave extends. I hope it will carry us to safety. Everyone has had quite the journey. I agree. Let's continue onward. Your foes are now well aware of your presence and have prepared accordingly. Enemies will ambush you in every unscouted combat event. You come to a narrow corridor with an iron gate barring your way. Despite the rust and apparent wear, you are unable to force it open. Alaric steps up and inspects the lock. None of us are experts here, so this might take a bit of time. We'll use the key. You come across an old shrine, though you cannot discern which god it is dedicated to. This idol should do the trick. The gods have seen fit to bless you with their favor. Choose a blessing to receive. They'll all you. You receive the blessing from Osimus, god of greed. Oh, neat. Let's loot the crate. Got a scroll of defense too. You found a torn section of map revealing 2 points of interest in the area. And we ambushed them again. there. Heal. And we are badly injured. As you round the corner, the light of your torch reveals an iron vein running along the wall ahead of you. Shall we give it a shot? None of us are experts here, so it may take some time. Well, it would be a shame to leave it here. Your troops each take up the tool, hoping to mine as much as you can. It takes some time, but you manage to extract some iron ore in the end. That should fetch a tidy profit, sir. Let's hope. Okay, let's level up some stuff on you. Alrighty. Change. Range. Willem suddenly stops in front and signals your party to halt. They bend down, examining a great and out-of-place flagstone. I'm no expert, but this looks like a simple pressure plate. I suppose we'll find out. Sweat beads on Willem's brow as they reluctantly attempt to disarm the trap. Their fingers suddenly slip and the ground gives way beneath you, dropping everyone to a shallow pit of tangled limbs and rubble. And we've suffered some injuries. Everyone alright at least. Well, I did say I wasn't an expert. Don't worry about it. A set of tracks lay before you underground. These tracks seem to belong to that last group we took out. Let's keep going then. Got any more? Nope. Alright, so we're gonna die. Alaric fumbles with his map beside you, trying to make out the details by torchlight. I do believe we are nearing the exit, sir. On the other side, Willem's arm suddenly juts out in front, his hand held out to stop gear. The other pointing ahead. Do you see that? A dark figure looms ahead of you, its features obscured by the darkness, but its nature is nonetheless clear. Willem lowers his arm, instead reaching for his weapon and setting his feet.
That is no ordinary demon.
Just when I thought we'd lost him. Running isn't an option this time. Okay, let's work on the Dread Knight first. Infantry. Focused on the boss monster. Ew. Ooh, that's gotta hurt. Yay! Oh, that was tough. Scroll with durability. A faint ray of light can be seen up ahead, motivating everyone to quicken their pace ever so slightly. You pause as you round the next corner, your eyes adjusting to the dim light being cast from the surface. The refugees behind you all breathe a collective sigh of relief, though all are aware that the journey is not yet over. Beside you, Willem exhales a drawn-out breath, finally able to relax.
Never has grey skies brought so much relief.
With a smile, they move forward, shuffling past you with the crowd. To Andalon then. Let's head out. Still lots of ground to cover. Got lots of loot. Hey, Inogod. You emerge from the cavern, a few of the refugees hesitantly approaching you to offer their nervous gratitudes. You give them a faint smile before shifting your focus to the outstretched plains before you, glancing sideways at Alaric, who is doing the same.
We've done well, sir. Against all odds, Andalon is still a few days out, but I suspect the worst is behind us.
He gestures down the road as you begin to move forward.
Let's collect that reward then, shall we?
First... Gonna look at gear. Take that. Now we can level you up. Six points there. Boost up the critical chance. Lost the channeling and then the potency. More of that. And Battle Instinct. Or Crippling Force. I'll take that. Theologian. Okay. Back to Andilon. The distinct thunder of galloping horses fills the air. A group of riders fast approaching from just up the road bearing the Vanguard sigil. You soon recognize the lead rider as he pulls up nearby, dismounts his horse, and walks toward you with purpose. There you are. With all the void spawn crawling about these parts, I was beginning to fear the worst. He looks behind you with narrowing eyes, surveying your company. And what of my men? We were overwhelmed by demons. Your men fought valiantly and brought us time to get away. I see. He glances down, heaving out a long sigh. It never gets easier, sending soldiers to their deaths. But you've kept these people safe, so at least some good came of their sacrifice. Come, we will accompany you to Andilon and get your payment sorted. There's another matter we could use your help with, but we'll discuss that later. You return to your caravan and set off once again toward Andilon, following closely behind the contingent of Vanguard soldiers. Things are likely to get worse soon enough, but for now, everyone in the company is grateful for a moment's rest. And now we continue heading back to Andilon. To the city. Ducking your head through a guarded doorway, you step forward to find Captain Huford leaning over a table, his eyes carefully scanning a map in front of him. He takes notice of your arrival, raising his hand to signify that he'll be with you in a moment. He turns to a nearby soldier, issuing some orders that you can't quite overhear, and presses some papers into his hands. The soldier nods and salutes in return, and makes to leave, striding past you on the way out. The captain regards you with a welcoming gesture. Please, come in. We have much to discuss. He takes a seat behind the table and bids you to take one opposite him. You look a sight better than when I last saw you. You're all well rested, I hope. I still have need of your talents. When you're feeling ready, the stage is just beginning after all. He turns, signals to an assistant who places a chest of coins down under the table with a rod. But first, there is the matter of your payment. He places a hand on the chest. You have done a great deed for us. Many have you to thank for their lives. What was it we had agreed on then? 375? I believe that was the price, yes. Very good. He slides the chest over to your side of the table. The next matter at hand, then. He gestures toward the tabled map, topped with finely crafted wood pieces representing both friendly and unfriendly forces. It seems those demons of yours do not give up easily. Your detour into the caves may have brought some time, but our scouts report that they're still in pursuit, headed straight for the city. Unfortunately, much of our forces are occupied elsewhere and cannot be recalled in time. He rises from the table, straightening up to level his gaze on you. The city guard will, of course, be getting involved, but I would not refuse extra help. We're eager to assist. I'm glad to hear it. He steps out from behind his desk, an arm placed on your back as he shows you to the door. We're preparing our defenses just outside the city. Meet me there when you're ready, but don't take too long. We haven't much time before those bastards are upon us. When you complete a contract, you will be rewarded with both renown and reputation. Renown is a measure of your overall fame within the world. As your renown grows, you will be trusted with more difficult contracts and gain access to better equipment and recruits. Additionally, you will gain renown points, which can then be spent on company upgrades. Your reputation measures your relationship with each noble house and city in the world. When you complete a contract or make certain choices, your reputation will change accordingly. Having high reputation can lead to lower prices on services and wares, and unlock additional contract types. We've acquired another renown point, sir. We should look into some upgrades for the company. Excellent news. Alright, let's upgrade the company a bit. Let's grab 1 point in bookkeeping. PS5 just system updated and won't connect. Oh no. Let's take that. That'll be very useful. I've already got a pyro one, so. Let's hire you. Let's take that. Let's give you a job. I need to unlock these jobs, dang it. To the caves. As you reach the city's outskirts, you observe both men and women hurriedly working on the final defensive preparations. An array of wooden stakes, trenches, and barricades. all impressively set up in just a matter of days.
That's some fine work. Should slow him down anyway.
Captain Hereford approaches from your side, somewhat taking you by surprise.
I hope it's enough.
He turns partially, staring off into the distant fields.
We'll find out in short order, I suppose.
A horn suddenly blares somewhere along the battle line. The attack has begun. The captain turns to meet your gaze.
I will entrust this position to your company. I've left a few of my men under your command. It's imperative that those demons are not allowed to breach the city.
He extends his other hand, gripping yours in it.
Good luck.
Turning away, he slaps down his visor and runs off down the line to rejoin his troops for the coming battle.
Okay, you, and Norbin.
We've got 2 allies in this battle. Venture forth. Okay, there's one there. Flare, Temptress, and a ghoul. Beautiful. There. Dandy stab. Good. No enemies approaching. Get it. Get over there. And do that. Run. Get over there. Beautiful. Another demon dead. Yay. The sounds of combat fade, replaced by a resounding chorus of cheers that can be heard all across the city. You glance around the battle lines, observing the costs of the hard-fought victory. Your company seems to have fared better than most units, and you exhale a long breath, glad to have survived the day. A familiar voice calls out, and you turn around to find Captain Hereford striding your way, his surcoat and armor spotted with blood, his grimy face full of relief. A costly victory, but a victory nonetheless. I'm glad to see you're still standing. He peers around at the wounded being carted off, the deceased being tossed into piles. There is much I need to oversee here, but stop by the garrison later and we'll see about your payment. Very well. Yay. Keep building up evasion. Gain an additional charge for Blinding Strike. Well, I should have worked it on. Started working on the heal. Increasing the range of it would be really good. get into the offhand. Back to Andalon. Oh boy. Anybody? Nope, nobody needs healing. Let's turn this in. As you're escorted into the garrison's main quarters, Captain Hereford raises a brow at your arrival. Standing from his seat, he gestures you forward before stepping to a cabinet at the side of the room, gathering up 2 bags of coins from within. He paces back and places them in your hands. As promised, 250 gold for your services. I wish I could say that was the last of our problems, but we've been made aware of a nearby void breach, and the party I had dispatched in response has yet to report back. Our forces are already stretched thin trying to stifle the void spawn presence in this area, so I was wondering if we might employ your services once again, assuming you're ready. We're here to help. What do you need? I had hoped as much. Reports indicate that the void breach is located here. His finger points to the map on his desk. Thankfully, it is underground and somewhat secluded, but it can be closed But until it can be closed, it remains a danger nonetheless. The Scourge has thrown more than enough demons and wraiths our way already. He motions again to his assistant, who approaches the table and carefully hands him a pouch, the contents of which you cannot ascertain. Breach stones, a little gift courtesy of our allies within the circle. Take a stone, get close to the breach, and it will destabilize, or so I'm told. Frankly, the magic here is beyond my understanding. He hands over a pouch with a delicate touch. I'm told they can be fragile, so take care in handling them. As for other dangers, the disappearance of my men suggests that the place will be crawling with void spawn. Especially as you near the breach itself. I know you were asking a lot of you, but our backs are up against it here. Rest assured you will be well paid if you can manage to pull it off. What do you know of the Scourge? The first Scourge was well over a century ago, and it's been recurring every decade since. We still don't know why. What I can tell you is the worst of it is yet to come. Demons and wraiths are one matter, but when that unholy dragon tears through the blackened sky and descends upon our cities, well, I pray we're all nowhere near. Void breach? I'm no expert on these matters, but try to imagine it as a gateway between our world and the void. Demons and specters are always looking for a way in, and this allows them the easiest access. Until it can be closed, the void spawn are like water leaking from a dam. We won't let you down. Glad to hear it. He rises from his seat and extends his hand to finalize your arrangement. One last thing. If you're short on numbers, it may serve you to visit the inn before departing. In my experience, there's always one or two capable-looking folk just sitting around waiting for an excuse to fight. He flashes a wry smile, only half kidding. Just thought I'd mention it. Okay. Let's go to the inn. Let's see if there's recruitable. Yeah. Rest for 2 days. Nobody else is sticking out there. Let's look at the marketplace. Payroll out here. Now where are we going? Down here. Okay. Combat gives double XP. Boarded up pitfalls will break after 3 rounds in combat. Okay. Demons are our main foe. Okay, to Uric, Gillian, Thomas, Morgan, Gertrude. Time for some provisions. Take a shrine. Take the tools. Take 2 of those. Take an additional 300 gold. Venture forth. A lone satchel catches your eye on the ground ahead. Though small, it may contain something of worth. Gillian suddenly stops in front and signals your party to halt. They bend down, gently examining an out-of-place flagstone. Let's try disarming with tools. Despite a lack of expertise, Gillian takes her time and somehow manages to disable the trap, allowing your party to safely continue onward. A good thing we had those tools, indeed. We got a key. Here's a key here. Shrine. Non-boss enemies in the next encounter are reduced to 75 health. We received a blessing from Anusa, the goddess of sickness. Oh man. Oh, everybody got injured in that one. We advise to scout ahead more often, sir. You find a misplaced journal from a local adventurer. Your party may benefit from a detailed account of their experiences. Read a few passages aloud to your companions, and indeed they seem to have learned a thing or two. Some good lessons in there, I reckon. Everyone gained 100 XP, which is good. Fast channel, and increase the range. Let's go. Duration. We found a torn section of map revealing 2 points of interest in the area. Okay, we'll get some tracks and... Oh. I didn't see that one. Use the key. A set of tracks lie before you. Let's reveal. Okay, there's the only enemy. got attacked by the environment again. Alaric leans over to pick it up and briefly flips through the pages. A journal from someone who spent their life as a miner. Oh, we've unlocked the miner job. You can assign jobs to your characters, allowing them to perform special tasks or give unique bonuses to your party during a dungeon exploration. The knowledge to unlock each job can be acquired in dungeons as you play through the game. Once a job is unlocked, they can be taught whenever you're in a city. A character's first job is free, but changing jobs will cost coin. A character can only hold one job at a time, and the bonuses from 2 or more characters with the same job do not stack when they are used together in a party. I'll find some willing students. Alright, let's modify our incense. It's good. Investigate noise. Let's fight the hostiles. Oops. Why can't you move very far? Alright, you. Iron Lemela. Okay. You're gonna cook that. And I think I will put that on you. And we will do some more of this stuff. Increase the dash range. Good. Oh dear. Boom. Here. Okay, let's do that. Do that. Okay, everything's good there. And good, some upgrades to do. Boost power, boost crit, more health. And do that. Boss fight. A mysterious light flickers erratically up ahead, accompanied by the sound of an unnatural humming that can only be described as evil in nature. You approach the breach, a swirling vortex of dark energies, and peer into its center, wondering what lies on the other side, and resisting the sudden urge to find out. Norbin looks on with marvel. Have you ever seen such a thing? It's almost beautiful in a way. Terrifying, all right. Gellion sticks out an arm, preventing Norbin from inching forward for a closer look. Let's not forget why we've come here. Norbin shakes their head as if snapped from a trance. Right. The breach seems to suddenly grow in intensity, unseen forces pushing you all back like wind from a hurricane. It surges on, and from the center of the swollen mass, shadowy figures begin to take shape and pour outward. Norbin steadies themselves and unsheaths their weapon, shouting out with a warning. Demons! Okay, we need to get everybody over there. Need you to get over there. There. Okay, we'll go over here. Yeah. Who? We have Christendom. Finish it. Yay, we did it. With the breach destabilized and the last demon slain, everyone breathes a sigh of relief, thankful to have survived the ordeal. Wasn't sure those stones would work. Yurik inspects the ground where the breach once existed, turning to you with a smirk on his face. The circle's full of surprises, it seems. We should report back immediately. Alright. Yurik Redwater needs to immediately seek treatment for their critical injuries. If you don't treat these injuries, they will get worse. Some injuries can lead to death if left untreated. Let's get them some help immediately. But first... I'm gonna take... judgment. Four turns. 3 turns if they get flanked. That can be dangerous. Increase range. And Norman. Additional charge. Alright. Back to the city. Peering up into the darkened sky, you spot a flock of birds flying with haste across your view. Their black wings barely visible against the backdrop. Odgar strolls up beside you and matches your gaze. Hard to believe it's morning. It is morning, right? Can't tell of late with the sky being so damn dark. Just then a thunderous boom draws everyone's attention, bringing your caravan to a swift halt. You fixate your eyes on the sound's direction, not sure what you're expecting to see but staring intently nonetheless. The sky darkens further now black as night, and a few people begin fumbling around trying to locate and light up torches. What in the... A terrifying, otherworldly roar is heard in the distance, and moments later a dragon of immeasurable size rips through the sky's very fabric and into full view, dark energy scattering all around it. With wings flapping as it twists through the air, it descends toward the ground with alarming speed, skirting across the land in a direction opposite yours, much to everyone's relief. That entire town is wiped off the map. We should press onward toward Endalon and consider ourselves lucky that chose not to attack this region. There will be more void spawn in the Dragon's Wake, however, and the Vanguard may require further assistance. Lucky indeed. Stretch, which I didn't need to do, and we'll hydrate. But that's actually really cool. Back to the city. Enter. First to the infirmary. Eric, It's admitted, Tom's, and Norbin. Okay, so Norbin might take too long. That. Yes. Everybody rests. You move with purpose through the city of Enderlon, ignoring the rush of panicked, wide-eyed citizens moving all about. You near the Vanguard garrison and observe Captain Hereford hurriedly delivering the last of his orders to nearby soldiers. He dismisses them and walks through their scattering ranks toward you. Your mission was a success, I gather. I could use some good news. The breach is closed. Well, that's one less worry for us. I'm grateful, truly. Tell me, was there any sign of the party I had sent beforehand? We couldn't find them. Better than some alternatives, I suppose. Perhaps they will turn up yet. He bids you to follow him inside and closes the door behind you, only partially blocking out the noisy streets of the city beyond. Were you out there when the dragon arrived? He shudders. Caused downright panic here in the city. People trampling over each other in the darkness. Scrambling to get to the underground shelters. All for naught in this case. He pauses, exhaling sharply. You never do get used to it. Thankfully, it appears to have set its sights elsewhere. Graveswood, I'm told. Do they need help? He nods grimly. They'll be facing the worst of the scourge. I'm sending as many units as I can spare. But I would think twice about heading there if I were you. The threat they faced is beyond your current capabilities. He steps toward you, offering his hand. You've done enough, if you ask me. I won't soon forget the sacrifices you've all made here. He makes to leave, but stops halfway and reverts back to face you. Before I forget, once the scourge is over, might I suggest taking your company north towards Fort Vanguard? Your order's been planning an important mission, and from what I understand of it, could use all available help. You should first bolster your ranks, but if you decide to go tell the commander that I sent you his way. Thank you. We'll look into it. Yay! Alright, let's upgrade the company a bit more. Let's go. Let's boost that. Let's take training dummies. Whole bunch of quests. And yeah, I'm just gonna take whatever quests we can find. that would be just fine. Okay. Okay, we can't do any more contracts. I need to hire a new person. Ooh, Huntress. Inga Whiteclaw. You set out along the main road, leaving the city of Andalon behind. Glance back at the rest of your caravan, the looks of a proper company beginning to take shape. A marked improvement from when you arrived a few weeks prior. Still, it's a far cry from the numbers and wealth you once possessed. From the rear of the caravan, Alaric and Yurik ride towards you and settle alongside, evidently eager to discuss your next steps. It will take some time to rebuild it all, sir, but we'll get there. Those jobs in Andalon couldn't have gone much smoother. We're now more than ready to begin hunting down those traitors. Did you learn anything in town, Alaric? I did, in fact. A few sources told me that members of the Black Skull were seen in the city just prior to our arrival. Could have been a coincidence, or they could have been in league with Tyron and the rest. Group of hard bastards from what I've heard. Certainly wouldn't put it past them. Indeed, we'll need to be sure of their involvement before picking a fight with them. However, as it stands, their numbers and resources are far beyond ours. We can worry about them later. Alaric nods in agreement. Right, Coldwin mentioned that our traitorous friends went their separate ways after securing the reward from him. Along with everything they stole, they would have more than enough to retire on, were they still inclined. Yurik scoffs. I don't know about the others, but Damon always spoke fondly of Rainelheim. Reckon that's as good a place to start. Look, if we can find him, he might be able to shed some light on Gedrick as well. Any lead on his whereabouts then? Yurik glances down, his head slowly shaking. Afraid not, boss. I can only hope the boy escaped. He's a resourceful lad. Might even be better off away from the mercenary life, truth be told. Still though, we need to know what happened. They both look at you, and with a quick exchange of nods, the decision is made. We have our destination there. We may want to pick up a contract or two along the way, however. We could use the coin, and a few more recruits wouldn't hurt either. Sound advice. Alright. So, that's where we're going next, in terms of story. We are definitely not touching those breaches. So let's start these quests. Alright. Something I'd like to discuss with you. What is it? Fair enough request. You can take a day off. Just needed to let's make you our miner. Okay, now we go back. Okay, you did not want to work. Increased chance of finding runes and knowledge events. Choose our provisions. Take the shrine and idol. Take some tools. Take one of those. Take one of those. Take an additional 300 gold. And off we go. Okay, so this pathway up there. Split, split, and split. 2 potential battles. You stop for a moment, overcome by a strong feeling that someone or something is watching you. I have a feeling we're not alone here. Check the area. And it's a locked chest. I'll leave it be for now. Use the key. Use a key. Ooh, Bertella. It's a shield. And we will look for another way. We didn't make the bit through there. Okay, first turn. The health thingy. Yes. Okay, that's the combat encounter. Let's see what magic it contains. Norbin. No, Willem. Willem steps up and places their hands on the runes, whose soft glow momentarily intensifies with the hum before fading entirely. Ooh, nice. For an idol. Low waste. And okay, slightly harder combat encounters. You lost your purple people inmates? Oh no. Boom. Alright, he is not looking good. Okay. Let's do amend wounds. Yeah, feel the growling and vicious sounds of snapping teeth coming from up ahead. Please, help me. I'm completely surrounded here. To arms, quickly. Does just cold. No. God damn it. Oh, good. It's a little annoying that I've already lost 2 people. With the hostile creature slain, the hunter gingerly climbs down from the rock, clearly nursing a wound or 2. Weren't there 2 of you? Ah. Well, let's get you out of here. You lost a good warrior today. Rip Norben. We definitely need to get back to town. Increase the range. Or not. Go. Any contract terms? Sure. Update for the company, sir. Norman is deserving of a warrior's funeral, and I suppose a bit of time off would serve us all well. And we say goodbye to Norman. Into the city, to the infirmary, get Odger into there, and we'll rest for a few days. infirmary. Alright. Made some meat. Anything I can sell. Let's actually try and recruit somebody maybe. Yeah. Actually, yes. Let's take you, you're young. Rare metal found in crates. And both of them that died were Stormcores. Let's go this way. Really great. 100 for 3s. Found a group of undead. You. Venture forth. Okay, 2 enemies on the front. 3 enemies up there, 3 enemies up there. Let's go deal with that group over there. Okay, there's Mongols on a problem, but as in general soldier. No problem. Heals. Another win. Victory is mine. No injuries. Yay. We're already close to Turnhold. Having arrived in Turnhold, you look at your employer's associate and hand them the letter. Suppose everything seems in order. I do hope you properly dealt with those undead. They can come back to life more than once, so I'm told. Anyway, here is your reward. Thank you. Excellent. Alright, let's max out the bookkeeping, make everything cheaper. Let's get some tents so we can hire some more folks. Actually, let's have a look. Anything else? Let's take... Yeah, let's... I need level 5 for that. Yeah, let's go tents. Maybe get more folks into our pay. Beautiful. That's in there. Wonderful. Leave the city. Gonna deal with that. Take you, take you, take you, you and you. Actually, I'll drop you for you because you have minor. Venture forth. Let's keep moving. We don't need to camp right now. Communities to stun. Better shoot from behind as well. Good idea. Dang it. And there we go. Alright. Next up. And let's track. Okay, there's the second enemy. Hello there, travelers. You wouldn't be, by chance, be in need of a health potion? Sure, let's buy a random health potion. Now let's go back to the camp. Why is it always the same? Let's make the camp. Let's do vitality. And that. Open the satchel, we got some tools, nice. And clear the way with tools. All loot, bandage, antidote, antidote, and antidote. What's the antidotes do? Dispel conditions. And use the tools. Let's go through. Everyone loses morale. Get over there. Boom. Alright. And some pulled up. Get over there. And use the key. Use the key. Ooh, read the book. Let's build up your evasion. Around the bend, you hear a rustling up ahead. Raise your torch to find a man scrambling for his weapon, grinding through the effort. His panic subsides as he realizes you're not one of those creatures, and he calls out to you. Hello, have you come from Enderlot? Did my wife send you? He tries to stand, but every part of his body protests, and he falls back to the ground with a whimper. She did. Looks like we found you just in time. Hey, Suxer. How we doing? I'm doing all good. Having fun with this game. Just got home from the airport. Oof. And we've got more monsters to fight. How was your flight? So you're the biggest problem I've got. But keep you away from everyone. Good. 58 hours of work in 4 days. Your body hurts. Ouch. Nice. Knocked out for 40 minutes. Awesome. event. Great Overwatch again. Blind here, possible. Guess not. I screwed up. That's one problem. Yeah. Well, glad you had a good flight. Sucks that you had to work so much, though. And then great, beautiful. Gotcha. 3 hours and 57 minutes. And 37 seconds. I've literally only just started today. Yep. And this game is very... does remind me a lot of War Tales. The most recent game I finished was Shadow Tactics, Blades of the Shogun. Let's get out of here. Did anybody level up? That's an important question. Yes. Yeah, I like the Shadow Tactics games. I actually did the final missions and it was such an easy win that it was stupid. And let's see, what skills are we upgrading? Let's go Blazing. Oh, do I want to do Blazing Lance? Ability to place traps and have allies not activated is yes. And here. Oh, that's really good. So many options to pick. I'll take that. And hydrate. It's had a pretty strong opening. I am sad that I've lost two of my people. This game is a permadeath game. Boost up your evasion. Boost up your accuracy. Do that. More health. Okay. I need to go back to town. So I've got a lot of things I need to do. First off, the infirmary. So I need to drop 2 people off for some quick heals. Then turn in the quest. And we've got the money. Yay. Could hire 2 more people. An Icebinder is somebody that I don't have yet. So let's hire you. And then the rest. Yeah, everybody rests. We've got this huge list of world events and everything. And this is the world map. And if I take too long, cities will get destroyed by an evil dragon. And this sort of thing happens. Every town has its own little things. There are trade routes and everything that you can do. Like environmental effects, like where you can get better gear, or not better gear, but better prices for certain goods depending on the information. Like if I traveled to Graveswood, I would get better prices for wood, stone, food and medicine. But if I go to, I don't know, down here, it'll be less pricey for those things that aren't necessary, or aren't as necessary. 38 days, 35 days to get to that city. But yeah, all my people, my 2 dead people. Soon we'll get another perk. everything I've earned, missions done, and all that. My reputation amongst all the cities and nations. These are all regional borders and national borders. There's a lot. Current contracts. Still got to do that, but I've still got time for that. Company upgrades. So everything I can do to upgrade my company. Crew and my inventory. Is there anything I want to... Kinda want to go to Graveswood. Just to see how stupid that is. But that will be all the time I've got for today. Yeah, that's all the time I've got today for this. To main menu. Yeah. It's actually pretty cool. It's a little more... It's a little less nuanced than, say, War Tales. But I'm definitely going to have some fun with it. It's also pretty cinematic when an enemy explodes when your pugilist punches him and the enemy dies on a crit. But yeah, I'm going to call it here for today. I will be back later tonight with some Elmen Age Gothic. And tomorrow I will be back with something else. Not exactly sure what I'll be playing, but we'll see. Who are we raiding? Let's go Williams. Yeah. Look after yourselves, everybody. Stay safe. Stay happy and stay healthy. I appreciate you all for letting me know. Look after yourselves, and I will see you all next time. Bye bye.